Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, I'm ready. Are you ready? Good afternoon, Berlin. How are you? We need to get better at that, but give me a minute. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, in which time zone ever. A warm welcome. My name is Ralf Süthoff. I'm the director of the Center for Humanitarian Action, CHA, as we like to call it. Many thanks for coming, many thanks for joining us. For a start, let's get a bit excited. I don't know how many of you have been at the European Humanitarian Forum in Brussels in March, or the year before, some of you, or watched the opening online. Do you recall there's always now this fancy TV guy, this facilitator, very great hair, good looking, never wearing a suit. Then he has these hundreds of gray suits in front of him, which he tries to get excited and clapping, etc., and always is cheering, hey, this is the European Humanitarian Forum. And then everybody is, and then he tries again, blah, 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 blah. And last time I thought, come on, guys, at the end of the day, the European Humanitarian Hub in Europe is by now Berlin. But but we have to prove it, right? So don't let me look stupid now. So this is the opening of CHA 24. Are you happy to be here? Very good. How do you like to come to a conference in Berlin in summertime? Not too bad, huh? Okay. Well done. Let's get going. I welcome you so much. This is the 5th annual conference of CHA, and for us, in a way, also a time travel. 5 years ago, we planned our first annual conference right here at this location. It was about the triple nexus, but more disturbing than the nexus issues has been that a few days ahead of the conference, Corona pandemic hit us and the whole planning. So a few days before we wanted to launch the conference and do it like here, we all of a sudden had to turn this whole setup, as some of you might recall, in a TV studio. And already at that time, working together with the colleagues of Live Records, we much welcome back there and Robert and his team. We had to switch plans and had like all of a sudden a series of cameras down there, etc. And the whole team was turned all of a sudden to like news anchor men and women, etc. And we really, it was our first online event ever, imagine. But still, hundreds of you joined us and joined online the conference, so that was a nice kickoff. 5 years later, it's great to be back here and great to be with you here. We are really pleased about how the conference, how all our partnership has evolved. I give you another opportunity for a cheer. This morning, we hit for the first time the mark of 750 people registering for our CHA annual conference. How's that? Thank you. Thanks for all your support and really for the great partnership over the past 5 years. This year we are talking about climate and humanitarian crisis. And usually do the thank you at the very end of the conference when everybody is half asleep or already off. So maybe we switch a bit tables in this regard this time, and we can only all be here and spend the next 2 days together due to a team. And for a start, I would really like to thank our CHA climate team, which we established earlier this year, and to introduce you to the 3 people who have been the key coordinators of this conference. And let me start with Andrea, here in the first row. Our other research fellow on climate, Ida, but I don't see her actually. Oh, there she is. And back there, Johanna, who needs to stand up in the middle of the technical facilities, etc. I'm so excited, I'm even dropping all my papers. Let's see if I mixed them now. One more person I would like to appreciate today for exceptional reasons. The mastermind of this conference, of everything you see, every screen, every food you will eat, every paper you will have on hand, is our head of communications. And she's been for many years, and she's been in charge of all these conferences. But this time, punctually 2 weeks ago, she's torn her ligament. So she spent the past 2 weeks on crutches in the office, still coming to the office every other day. And punctually on Monday, she even got an eye infection, so she could hardly see anymore. She might feel a bit like a veteran coming from a severe humanitarian crisis. But still she managed and started work today, even ahead of 7 a.m. in the morning. So please give a big, big hand to Anne back there. One more reason why it's so great that you're all here is that the topic of our conference, as you might recall, is climate and humanitarian crisis and the lack of a joint response. So a big focus of the conference shall be indeed the collaboration between two sectors, between the humanitarian and the climate one, and to get you guys together. That's been one of the reasons also why we planned with not such a long series of panels as you might have cited in the program, but much more with a few panels, with a series of active sessions this afternoon and tomorrow to bring you really together, and of course as well bringing you together hopefully at the reception outside when it should be sunny tonight or tomorrow for a farewell lunch. So it would be great if you can join us, and maybe you can try to talk to as many people you don't know next days and to get to know each other. The colors might guide you as well. Some of you probably have marked from which sector you are, so you can already look for the other ones and for the other color and find a match, even in this non-digital world. In case you need some help how to start talking, and you might be shy, we have also some small talk help for you. Because one of the innovations of this conference is that you don't only need to share reflections or notes about the conference so far, but you can share also your bingo notes. Everybody sitting on the chairs here should have a bingo sheet, and online you can see it there as well. After 5 years of CHAR, very good, holding everything up. After 5 years of CHAR, we thought it's time. We've been playing around so much with buzzwords, etc. So it's time to make a buzzword bingo out of it. You will find there, and everybody online can of course do their own bingo if you wish. Lots of buzzwords like raising awareness. Well, it's all about a holistic approach, etc. Or, yeah, the key issue for everything is anticipatory action. Matthias, bingo. Matthias will help us market about 5 times over the course of the next 2 days, probably. We hope this will be fun. We hope it will teach us, including myself. I used already collaboration, which is on the bingo somewhere as well. It should be fun. I think you can try to win the Buzzword Bingo 2024 by marking, because we make it really easy for you. Who of you has ever played bingo before? Ah, experts. Okay. We make it really easy for you. You win if you can cross 5 terms in a row, either vertical, horizontal, or diagonal. Hugo, you must be an expert coming from England. Excellent. Okay, so if you can beat Hugo, you have really won it. Okay. All right. And if you win, you can walk to the desk and get your gift from the CHAR merchandise shop as a Bingo CHAR 24 winner. We just ask you for one favor. It would be kind also to our panelists if not every time you cross a term, you shout in the middle of the panel, bingo, bingo, I've got one. But we come back to this after each panel and have a chat with you where we stand on the bingo side. So now I have indeed dropped the next one. So let me see what might come next. Very, very quick. We did the bingo already. So now you might wonder, where's the boring housekeeping buzzword part coming? So be reassured, now it's time. For a start, you find the Wi-Fi in the chat, of course, online, and here by the QR code. You find the program on the back of your badge, and of course online and in the chat. Let's have a quick look at the regular housekeeping rules, but you are all professionals and know them all by heart now. Of course, we are recorded. Please engage online in the question and answers section. We will bring in comments and questions after each panel to the stage and approach us on CHAR Info. Please post hashtag CHAR24. That would be great. But final word from my side, we have one innovation this year because we have, for the first time, also an awareness person. And for that reason, please welcome with me Goda, my colleague from CHAR, our research fellow. Goda, please explain to us where can people find you and how can they reach you?
Sure, thank you, Ralph, and yeah, a very warm welcome from my side as well. My name is Goda Milashuta. As Ralph mentioned, I'm a research fellow at CHAR, and I'll be the awareness contact person at this conference. So we're aiming at making this conference sensitive to discrimination. And in case you feel uncomfortable or find something problematic, I'd like to invite you to share it with me, either during or also after the conference. And besides speaking with me on site, of course, you can also reach me via WhatsApp or email, as well as by filling out an anonymous form, so in case you prefer to do it anonymously. And the detailed contact information can be found on posters in the room. I really didn't want to have to spell my last name on the stage. And in the chat as well for the online participants. And as a side note, I'd also like to mention that there is a prayer room downstairs in case you wish to use it. So yeah, that's it from me, and I wish you a very good conference.
Thanks so much, Goda. And that's the welcome. We really look forward now to the first keynote dialogue and the panel. As my role is over, I'm today only what we call in German the Grußonkel. So it's time to hand over to the keynote dialogue. And I do that with a great pleasure. Our two panelists who've been at our dinner last night, so I hope you recovered and you can make it on stage. And I'm sure you do, as lively and talkative as you've been. Please welcome with a great cheer on stage, Nisrin El-Saim, Hugo Slim, and Andrea Steinke. Enjoy the conference.
To the left, or in the middle, to the left or in the middle. So thank you very much, Ralph, for this introduction, and a warm welcome from my side as well. Before we start, I would like to mention one thing. The subtitle of this conference read "The Lack of a Joint Response." So we have designed this conference to talk about the intricacies of climate change and humanitarian action, because climate change obviously is the biggest threat to our collective survival. Yet there is another existential threat looming all of our heads and holding a tight grip onto our hearts. Every day we see death and destruction being unleashed in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Gaza. Last year in mid-October, the Humanitarian Congress took place in Berlin. I think it was around October 10, I guess, and I remember myself being astonished why in a room full of high-functioning humanitarians, we lacked the word to actually speak about it, what's happening. Now, 10 months later, after that, the reality is a lot more terrifying and horrifying than we would have imagined back then. Or better, I would say I would have imagined, because I don't want to hide behind a collective we. Today, we do not have a panel nor a keynote on the topic either. That is on us, I have to say. That is on me. Tomorrow, we will speak about the intersectionalities between conflict and climate change, but we do not have a panel that directly speaks on the man-made disaster unfolding in Gaza in front of our eyes, and what that means specifically for the future of humanitarianism, but also for the fight against climate change and its impact. I do want to say one thing. I do want to make sure that everyone in this room and also online knows that this conference is also a place to talk about it. To draw the connection here as well, on stage and off stage, I want to invite you and I want to encourage you, the audience, the panelists, the commentators, the service providers, us as CHAR, to draw the connection wherever you see adequate. This is a humanitarian conference. It is designed by humanitarians, for humanitarians and their usual and their unusual allies, and I'm sure we are up to the task. So let's get on with the keynote dialogue then. With that said, I welcome all of you to the first session of this conference. In the spirit of the conference, we attempt to reduce the time where people are speaking down to audiences. Also with this keynote dialogue, we want to try something new. Usually, we would choose one very prominent person to open the conference for visibility reasons, for publicity, donor relations, you name it. We all know the game. So as we intend to bring people together, also this first act should be a dialogue. We have designed it. My role here will be quite small, that of a conductor, as Hugo aptly described it during one of our briefing calls. I will be guiding you through the next 30 minutes. So let me begin with introducing our two speakers. I have invited both of you here as ideal, typical representatives of the climate and the humanitarian community. Now, we all know that people carry in and around them so much more than what is behind such one-dimensional labels. Evidently, also Nesrine and Hugo are so much more than humanitarians and than climate activists. And in this, I think they're a perfect representation of both and complement each other in really wonderful ways. So let me give you some details. Nesrine El Saim, she is an environmental and climate activist who started activism in 2012. She has a bachelor's degree in physics from the University of Khartoum and a master's degree in renewable energy. She is a general coordinator of YES, the Youth and Environment Society, until 2021. She was the chair of the Sudan Youth Organization on Climate Change that she also co-founded. Adding to that, she's a junior negotiator with the African Group of Negotiators in Technology Transfer. 2020, Nesrine chaired the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisor on Climate Change, along with 6 other young climate activists. And she is the first cohort of the Marianne Initiative for Human Rights Defender, initiated by the French president. Recently, she was chosen to be part of a Young African Leaders Program for Transitional Governments at the European University. And currently, and this is why we're so happy to have her here also, she's a fellow at the Robert Bosch Academy here in Berlin, working on climate change, peace, and security. Her project focuses on youth as key actors for climate adaptation, climate action, but also peace building and security assurance. Welcome, Nesrine. Then we also have Hugo. Hugo Slim is a senior research fellow at Las Casas Institute for Social Justice at Blackfriars Hall at the University of Oxford and at the Institute of Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict at Oxford Blavatnik School of Government. He is also a visiting professor at the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Academy of Suzhou University in China. His career has combined, as most of you probably know, academia, policymaking, humanitarian diplomacy, and frontline relief operations. He has worked for organizations such as Save the Children, the United Nations, Oxfam, CAFOD, and so on and so forth. From 2015 to 2020, Hugo was the head of policy and humanitarian diplomacy at the ICRC. He has also authored a series of books that I don't want to get into detail, but the one that I would like to mention is due out in October. It's called Humanitarianism 2.0, New Ethics for the Climate Emergency. Welcome, Hugo, to our panel. So, I'm really happy to have both of you here on stage. Let's dive right into it. We have kind of agreed on 3 topics to surf around. Let's get started. So collaboration is the all-embracing topic of this conference that we have put together. So I would love to hear you exchanging thoughts on that. What is the status quo and what needs to change? Nesrine.
I was thinking of doing something that will make everyone have a full bingo.
Right.
Which is basically shaping my introduction into these buzzwords because I don't have pre-scripted. So I can literally do that. So who's in? Ready?
Go.
Okay, basically. So, well, I think after 20, I hope not 20, but at least 12 now, after 20 years of trying to build the resilience and make community engaged as much as possible and risk sharing, the different disaster risk reduction No, I'm joking. So basically, after 12 years of trying to engage the communities and build the resilience with a participation approach, with a lot of innovation in it, I can safely say that changing the systems and transforming the principles of humanitarian aid is key very much for what are we talking about right now. The deliverables as it is are creating a lot of dependency patterns that we need to at least break. And we have a lot of great tools that will help us doing that, like artificial intelligence. Building bridges is very important for the population because now, as a youth activist, for example, I know a lot of collaboration ideas between Global South and Global North, which will again break the dependency patterns that we talked about earlier by transforming or transformation of the humanitarian aid. Also by being more efficient and more sustainable, and I have many examples for that. In Sudan, for example, as we speak, we currently have one of the biggest humanitarian crises with more than 9 million refugees and IDPs. Yet the integration of aid is still not there in terms of really fighting the famine that might happen in Sudan at any moment. One of the biggest problems that we are right now having is the lack of holistic approach to the issue. Basically, in Sudan, in some areas, we have stage 5 famine, which is the highest, but in some areas, we have 70% post-harvest losses. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, for some reason, until now, all of the disaster risk reduction methodologies that different agencies are taking in Sudan is very much imported from outside. I mean, just to give you an example, we had a research in Sudan right now, and basically a lot of even organizations don't really understand the correlation between climate change and the humanitarian crisis. Especially if there is a war context in that. So we did some interviews, and in the interviews, a lot of organizations said that there's no direct correlation between climate change and the current famine that Sudan is having. At the same time, when we listed what are the symptoms of the famine, they all agreed at the end that it's climate related. Mm-hmm. So it's even if the organizations are doing the humanitarian doesn't even understand the relationship, how would the normal population do that? Mm-hmm. And then you reach a point where it's about my survival or climate action. Right. And of course, people will choose their survival. So I will not, for example, preserve a tree if I don't have food to eat, if I don't have fire at night, if I don't have lighting, if I don't have a lot of things. Mm-hmm. So it really depends on how we want to do things and how can we reshape the patterns and the systems that we are doing and change the systems actually basically. Yeah, that sounds very interesting and kind of also relates to bigger questions in humanitarian aid about localization of aid and so on and so forth. But you also pinpointed one very specific thing, and this is those are moral questions. And Hugo, you have been working on ethics and morality for such a long time. It's kind of your intellectual playing field, I would say. Could you take us a little bit deeper into that in response also to what Nesrine just said? Would you say it's a moral imperative for humanitarians to get deeper involved with the climate crisis?
Thank you, and I must thank you for inviting me to Berlin. It's always very kind of you, especially kind of you to invite a British person these days. So thank you, and to be included. I also want to thank you for being German humanitarian in general, and it's been a great thing to watch Germany come on the scene. Please stay on the scene. People need you. Europe needs your debate, your intellect. in this area. So thank you for being German humanitarians. I'm going to pick up on that question and say, I think one of the most important ways that humanitarians can cooperate in climate action is by leaning into what I call the Earth emergency and changing our fundamental principles. So Nisreen mentioned humanitarian principles. The first thing we need to do is show that we care about the Earth as well as humans. And that means revising the principles we have from 1965 and saying explicitly that we are an all-life profession that sees no place for humanity to be isolated as a moral concern, because humanity cannot live without the Earth. And therefore, we have to really deepen our sense of humanity and compassion to include nature. So that's the first way we cooperate, by sharing the ambition for the whole Earth community and not just for humans. And of course, that comes straight to Nisreen's second point, which is the tree and the food. And that's what we have to think hard about. And what I'm thinking now is that the way we need to work as a humanitarian sector is to, in fact, adopt a landscape approach. So not be so obsessed with individual human needs, which we are probably not going to be able to keep up with, but actually to look at landscape and to look at what humans need and what nature needs in a landscape, the tree and the human, and respond to both with a combined ethic of caring for human life and all of nature's lives. And I think there we have to find this new sense of mutualism in humanity's relationship with nature, the tree and the food and the person that Nisreen talked about. And that's where we have to make our new work and our new ethics. And I would then go further and say real cooperation then means merging our agencies. We're very small as a humanitarian sector in climate action. We need to come up with agencies that show in practice that they care about nature and all life and human life, bring in ecological expertise, merge with other ecological agencies, and come up with new organizations, either that combine it in a single place, like changing MSF to care about all health and really be sans frontières, go beyond the human boundary to One Health. And if that isn't feasible or possible, work very closely in combinations with ecological agencies. So that's the first challenge we have, to get closer as a community, to share that Earth community we. It's a new we. It's not just a human we.
If we were to merge, wouldn't that mean we would have more of those super agencies like WFP 3.0? And how does that go together with the localization approach?
So it might, but I actually think that they're the least likely to start doing it. And the first group that will start doing it will be people in this room, the activist community, the Nisreens of this world, who see the challenge in Sudan and others. And I think we'll see this happening bottom up, because that's probably where it's going to be. But we could probably do with a few less agency. I would love it if we could get rid of the WFP, FAO split, probably merge them with UNEP as well, get it all muddled up. We need new principles, new purposes, and new organizations for the next decades.
And yeah, is it working? Do you hear me? Yeah. Let's remember the overhead cost of these big agencies too. In many places, we find that local organizations are more considerable to the environment because they are less operational. By less operational, I mean they don't have offices, they don't need generators, they don't come with big pickups. They are like working more, not locally, but organically, let me say. And normally big operations, like all of the peacekeeping missions, I did a small study on the impact of the peacekeeping mission, which is UNIBIT. It's another topic, but it's very related. And I found that they did more harm to the environment than almost 5 years ongoing conflict with like a lot of cutting trees and so on, because they bring these big containers, they have these big generators and a lot of pickup cars and the emissions of these and so on. So really, and when you talk to them about it, they say we don't have a mandate for that. And our only mandate is to just peacekeeping. And I think merging mandates is really important, and having environmental mandate, at least environmental lens, is very important.
Mm-hmm. And I think then there are a lot of humanitarian organizations also sitting on this very stage. A couple of years back, I remember one saying the climate emergency is not our mandate. We got already so overwhelmed with everything else, and we do life-saving activities. What do you say?
So we need to change our mandates. We change them all the time through history. In fact, the first chapter of my book, I called it Updating Humanitarianism, and I sort of monitor where over the last 100 years we've updated our ethics, changed our mandates routinely. We need to do it again now. It's no big deal. You know, that's how ethics works. We see new things that are moral problems that hit our conscience, and we have to change our principles. So that's what we need to do. And, you know, Nasreen's right. In fact, this is an opportunity to cut the bureaucracy in the headquarters, costs. I worry, you know, entre nous, and I know we're being videoed, I worry how much money goes on the ground through these big agencies. And I mean big NGOs too. Where is it going? Where's it really spent? Are we responding to the needs of organizations or the needs of people and nature?
Organizations.
There we are. So that's what we need to change. And I think this merging, this mushing of mandates, this new purpose, this new sense of earth emergency, which I think is more helpful than climate emergency.
But the business model will no longer work.
Which model?
The business model of the organizations.
Yeah, so we have to fight our way through to a new one. You know, this is a huge earth emergency. We're not going to deal with it by staying as we are. We're going to have to get innovative. And that's the other thing about cooperation that's exciting, is that we humans have this hive intelligence. We have this fantastic ability to think together over countries, over nations, over cultures. We will come up with new solutions. And if we're constantly being told there's only one way to do it, and it's the traditional way, the hive is going to buzz off and do other things anyway, and the humanitarian sector will be extinct.
Yes. The online community cannot currently see it, but I'm looking into some fearful staring from the audience, because this change will also, you know, affect yourselves. If we take it seriously, then a lot of the jobs that you're currently on, our humanitarian audience, will change. And it's the question of how open we are to discomfort of this change. And I think you framed it very nicely. You were saying, yeah, it's also about creativity. It doesn't mean you lose your job, you just change the nature of your job in a way.
Or you can become an academic.
Well, it's always an option.
Just talk about it.
The third issue area that we wanted to cover in the next 5 minutes that we still have was also conflict and security. Nizoline, I've mentioned that you are currently in Berlin at the Robert Bosch Academy researching the role of young people in climate and peace activities. Could you give us a little bit of insight on that?
Well, we have more than 5 minutes because we started 3 minutes late.
Right.
Always stealing time to speak. Well, basically, as a climate activist, I think my role is more about conflict prevention. So basically, really about building the resilience of the communities rather than having to have an aid at the end. So my actual job as a climate activist is not to make you have a job, unfortunately. But this is the idea that prevention is better than cure. We all know that. Yet we are all still waiting for the catastrophe to happen, and then we react after that. We react more with more losses, with more cost, but also instead of having a development, we go backward. So when the aid comes, we might or might not, but there is a possibility of returning back to the stage where we started at the beginning before the crisis happened. So instead of actually moving forward and having a development, especially in the, as they call it, the global south, we find ourselves recycling around the same stage of development we are, because every time we take a step forward, then we have a crisis that takes us many steps backward, and then we try to galvanize resources to go back to that stage before the crisis. And this is what we don't want to happen exactly. Yeah.
Right. And I think what you've just mentioned also comes back to the humanitarian understanding of time. You've just mentioned it, the traditional model that is slightly changing, but is still like reacting when losses and damages or a disaster occurs. Hugo, what is your take on the necessity to expand the time frame, maybe also of humanitarianism in light of the climate emergency?
So on the question of time, I do believe that in our new humanitarian ethics, we have to think intergenerationally as well as intragenerationally. So I sort of think with the 3 I's approach now to ecological justice, which is, interspecies, intragenerational, and intergenerational with people and nature to come. So I think that's the challenge for us to think in time terms. I just want to talk about conflict a bit because, I think, as Nisreen's shown, it's going to be really tragic that conflict will so often prevent climate action. I hope it will stay a minority geography, but it will be devastating in some places. The other real problem with conflict, whenever we have wars, whether it's Hamas, Israel, or Ukraine, Russia, they just dominate the near view political attention. And constantly, the worst thing about conflicts in policy terms is they distract us from the much bigger climate and earth emergency that is coming towards us. So that's 2 things about conflict. And the other thing I want to say is I think in terms of peace building and peace studies, which always hovers around humanitarian concerns, I also agree with what Nisreen's saying very well, that you need to be in the business of conflict prevention as a climate activist. And that does involve conflict prevention with humans to try and resolve and reconcile people fighting through and over nature, as HD Center and many modern peace builders are now doing. But more profoundly, it means as a species we have to make peace with nature. In other words, we have to welcome nature into our politics and reconcile with nature. And that is the fundamental process that we need to do in the next 10, 20 years, is to make peace with nature and to represent it in our discussions, make it a participant. So we have ways of representing rivers, forests, ecosystems in humanitarian policy discussions.
Yes. And I think it's partly already happening with climate litigation all over the world in specific places, claiming a place for rivers and nature in
I have to confess just a little detail that my first experience of working in emergency was in 1985 in northern Ethiopia. And I remember watching the Red Cross there actually taking a landscape approach. And so this is not new to us. I remember watching WFP and it was actually Nordic Red Cross agencies, taking a whole catchment area and a huge water basin and taking a landscape approach to people and nature in that context. And so we've done it before, it's part of us.
Yeah. Before we finish, I would like to invite Nisreen to speak a little bit also about power. We've discussed this briefly yesterday in our pre-conference gathering, and I think if the sector, like this humanitarian sector that most of the audience is a part of, needs to change, they also sometimes have the tendency to display themselves as people without power, And yesterday I quoted one of the things you said in a podcast where you said we should be stop pushing the people with power and become the people with power. So what advice would you have for those humanitarians here who think they could not change it?
Well, basically, one of the biggest obstacles that we are facing is in a lot of times academicians, the academic work doesn't really interact with the actual implementation, but it's similar with the activism. It doesn't really a lot of times ally with the actual implementation. And my activist side will say, as I said in the podcast that you quoted, what is power? And why power is something that is important? Maybe because only specific people have the power, and so the actual importance of the power is not because of the power itself, but because only selected people have it. So as much as we make the power more horizontal or more spread, and a lot of people have powers, the significance of powers loses its power, if it makes any sense. But then this is an activism perspective of it. How can we actually make it a reality? How can we implement it? I mean, the corridors of and the systems and the politics and everything that we have right now, it doesn't really allow to have power in everyone's hand. And then again, I ask, what does system mean? And you earlier mentioned mandate. What does mandate mean? And who made this system and who made that mandate? And it's just humans like us. And they probably are oil and gas somewhere right now. By oil and gas, I mean they passed away long ago, and then nature took its path forward. So basically, what we are doing is we are shaping our lives into a system that was created in the first place to serve our life. So we moved from being the creators of the system, so the system is flexible enough to change as we change as human to serve us, to having the system and then we change according to the system, which is funny for me because it's just like bringing a washing machine and then instead of fixing the washing machine to wash your clothes, you are changing your clothes to be fitting to the washing machine. This is exactly how we are doing it right now. So basically, if we all agreed to this, and we agreed to many things, yet not this, we will reach a point where we say, for example, in the General Assembly or in the UN or wherever, look, guys, what you're doing here is not really what is helping, because now we are seeing it and we can change it. And this is not just a world in the sky. We can change it by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't have enough time to explain my plan to control the world now in the stage, unfortunately. But bilaterally, we can maybe try to do it and see if we can control the world together. But the idea is that we all control how we live with the respect of others, but also the nature, because this is the only way to survive currently in this very hard time.
Thank you so much, Nisreen. I think this is all we have time for. My understanding is be the system to change the system. Please, dear audience, give a big, big round of applause for Hugo Slim and Nisreen El Saim for this inspiring kickoff. Thank you so much. So I will stay on stage because we merge right into our first and only panel we will have today. I will invite Coco Warner and Sebastian Lesch to me here on stage, and I would like to ask for a new glass of water for the panel. Okay, that is a pity. I've just been informed that Tetet Laurent cannot be part of our panel because of a power outage. That means we have to take it from here by ourselves. It's a pity because she is a very inspiring person to talk to. Nevertheless, I think we are going to make our time worth the while. So for our loss and damage panel, it's my great pleasure to now welcome Coco Warner and Sebastian Lesch here on stage. To just give you a little bit of ease into the topic, we have floods in Brazil and Kenya displacing roughly 800,000 people, 580,000 in Brazil and 210 in Kenya. We have heat waves in India and Pakistan, and this is just last month. So the world has shown us that the climate crisis indeed ought to be taken very seriously. And here I don't even talk about the flooding that's currently happening in the south of Germany. Next to adaptation and mitigation, loss and damage represents the third pillar of climate action. A recent study actually published last month by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that the macroeconomic damages from climate change are 6 times larger than previously estimated. Already a 1-degree rise, which we have already passed, to be honest, in temperature will bring about a 12% decline in global GDP. So that's a problem. That's a problem in monetary terms only, but we know that most losses transcend that which can be quantified. So we have loss of life, loss of knowledge, loss of culture, loss of everything that actually makes us human. We also know that especially the countries who have least contributed to the accelerating climate crisis are most affected by it. They are disproportionately suffer from losses and damages. To pay attention to that fact, developing countries have been advocating for a loss and damage fund for decades, basically, which finally came into existence at COP28 last year. It was called an historic breakthrough. So, next to the people affected, why are we talking about this here in this room full of people? Next to the people affected, local as well as non-local humanitarians are often the first ones on the ground when losses and damages occur. They share the same temporal and physical space with them. They are mandated and trained to respond to the damage and effects of disaster and alleviate the suffering of those affected by it. For those reasons, loss and damage is and should be of concern for humanitarians. The run-up to the respective COP decisions showed that what is at stake, but also it showed the weaknesses and limits of collaboration between different sectors with different narratives, different incentive systems, and also different ways of working. This panel that we have here now seeks to dig a little bit deeper into that area of collaboration, especially between the humanitarian and climate community. To do so, we have invited 3 wonderful experts. 2 of them will join us here, while we have envisioned a division of labor here as well. So Coco Warner as the researcher, Tetet Laurent as the climate activist, and Sebastian Lesch as the government representative. I also want to point out here that, of course, everyone is allowed to and encouraged to also transcend the sometimes too tight jackets and boundaries of those attributions. As you will hear from their biographies, each of our speakers can draw from a wealth of experience and different sectors and situations. So, Coco Warner, in her role as a researcher on loss and damage, will set the scene for us before Sebastian Lesch then will present his perspectives as well. As I've said, Tetet cannot join us, unfortunately. Let me give you some detail on Coco. Dr. Coco Warner is leading IOM's work to implement the IOM Migration Data Strategy 2020 to 25. She is currently the head of the Global Data Institute based here in Berlin of IOM. She has worked in the United Nations for over 16 years, directing research on climate change and migration, on climate risk management at the United Nations University before joining the UNFCCC Secretariat. Throughout her career with the United Nations, Coco has contributed to understanding and managing and informing policy about adverse climate impacts. She conducted, and this is very important for this panel, the first field-based studies of climate change and migration and of loss and damage that later informed the Paris Agreement. So she is also a researcher. She studied and worked at ETH Zurich. She got her PhD in economics from the University of Vienna as a Fulbright fellow. So that's a whole wealth of experience, an impressive resume. We are very honored to have you, Coco, especially given your primary research on loss and damage that informed the Paris Agreement. Please kick us off with some facts.
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's really a privilege to be here with you. And I brought 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 slides. We won't go through them all, but I'll give you a little bit of a sense to tee us up for our conversation. And also, thank you so much. We're really appreciative to many of our supporters, but BMZ in particular here in Berlin is a great supporter of data that helps organizations like ours contribute to life-saving, as well as insights that hopefully drive some of the solutions and foresight for things like climate change. So thank you, and thank you all around. It's always good to start with thanks. So just as a preview, and if whoever has the slides wants to put one of them up, there are 3 mega challenges that we have today. Climate change is clearly one of them. And this I'm going to speak to in just a little bit. But we're reaching, the moral of this slide is that we are reaching and observing a 1.5 degree reality. last year with El Nino, and there were lots of things going on, but it's been a very strong El Nino, forced by climate change, by changes in the atmospheric concentrations, as well as just the natural cycle in the oceans. We observed global average temperature at 1.5 almost. It was 1.45 degrees Celsius. That's not a permanent long-term average, but we're already experiencing it. And if you saw some of the other slides in this slide deck, it would just reconfirm that we're just about there. And if you look over the next 15, 20, 30 years, the greenhouse gas concentrations in our atmosphere are at this level. And not to be doomy gloomy, but I think this reality affects how we move forward together here, and that's the theme of this conversation. So when it comes to the science is very clear. We have peer-reviewed journal articles, and none of our work is perfect. We're not aiming for perfection. We're also not aiming for the absolute truth, but when it comes to physics, atmospheric science, it's not really disputable. And even more than that, by the way, these are really nice graphics from Economist magazine if you're looking for the source, but it's all based on scientific modeling as well as observations. Now, what observations are, if you see here the source of this data, it's observations. So meteorological offices, National Met Services, they measure the weather out at the airports, along roads. They actually measure the weather. And that is something that we all observe. We feel this summer in Germany, we're seeing big floods in the south. We're seeing, you named so many of these climate impacts. And I think, again, that reinforces something that we're not that comfortable talking about, but we used to think, even 15 or 20 years ago in the climate negotiations, we used to think about climate change, or at least kind of talk about it, and we still do, as it's mid-century, it's far away, it's not people that we know. But what's changing now very rapidly, if you just think about the 5 past summers in the northern and southern hemisphere, we're talking about fire season. We're talking about and changing our legal systems to introduce modalities for long-term or maybe even permanent relocation of some of our coastal communities. It's here and it's unfolding, and that means that our institutions are tremendously challenged because, in fact, just being invited here, I'm really excited, and I'm not from your world, so I probably am not using the right vocabulary. I ask for your kind of patience with that. But our institutions were very much built at the latest to solve problems that are really 20th century problems. And you two in the beginning in your keynote really addressed that challenge. It's also a tremendous opportunity, except that we're human, so none of us really like change and would really prefer things to stay as they are. And it's both the big challenge and the opportunity. And the third challenge, so the first challenge is indeed climate change impacts. The second are our institutions. We use our institutions to affect change in the world. They are our tools. And sometimes they get in the way, but the institutions are how people embody their ideas, work together or work against each other. And the third is exactly the core of the matter. We have incredibly complex societies. Complexity requires cooperation. Of course, as people, we can survive relatively fine given our immune systems and our intelligence. We can survive relatively okay, depending on how you define okay, until we're about 20. Our immune systems, our health, our smarts, in small groups, we can do that. But everything after that, or after maybe you can argue 25, 30, everything after that, we're much better off by collaborating and cooperating. And everything that we see here is in a way a manifestation of our ability to work together so far. And that will be the challenge of our time. whether it's in what humanitarians think of or identify as conflict or peace, whether it be this biggest year in human history of elections. Just day after day, big countries are completing elections. India, Mexico, just to name two, I think in the last 72 hours. My own country has a big election coming up this fall, and our elections are another manifestation of how we collaborate. So what's the plan? Now this kind of departs from the science, and we could go on and on the science. And for those of you involved in the science, thank you so much, and huge honor to you. And for those of you, especially who are social scientists, a big encouragement, because our world of climate science is underrepresented by economists, philosophers, those who understand culture and social change, and those sciences and disciplines really need to be increasingly added to the mix because it's fundamentally about people and cooperating. So there are three things I would just kind of put out, given that climate change impacts are here. Many of them will, let me say this differently, many of them are likely to take on more frequent, greater magnitude, more like the system as we know it rather than unusual, as we move into mid-century. And from mid-century out, that's when we will see our actions today to mitigate, to change our energy systems, change our land systems. We'll really then see inflection points. But what we have right now is kind of baked into our Earth systems because of our emissions activities until now. So 3 things, and this is on a time scale. In the next 5-ish years, if I were going to make a bet on where we need to place a lot of energy, it is reducing vulnerability. We know women, men, children, or males, females, children, people in different age groups, people with different social characteristics have really different needs. And thanks to the work of maybe BMSET or many of you in the room, we already know a lot of the things that we can do to reduce susceptibility to impact. So in the next 5-ish years, a lot of inroads can be made there. Out towards 2035, a mere decade from now, we're going to need to be addressing population exposure. Many of the world's population, including ourselves, live in vulnerable areas or areas very susceptible to climate change impacts, be that areas that are facing already water shortage, be that coastal areas. I could go on and on. We really are now needing to address the spatial distribution of populations. That's going to require, actually from now on out, increasing attention to keep people out of harm's way or to help people in a smooth and coordinated way to move away from risk. And then maybe in the next 15 years onwards, we're going to need to prepare ourselves for more profound change. And that sounds a little mysterious, but it may mean thinking more profoundly about our values and how we think about how we live our lives, where we live our lives, the cadence of our lives. It has everything to do with identity as well as the hard facts of life like water and food availability. Now, all of these things could shrink down into this very moment because each one of these things are seeds that we need to plant today. And we do have the seeds for all of these things. It's not an easy way, but we have to work with the system that we have and inch out day by day, year by year, working together, the theme of this panel, in order to move towards those, I don't even want to say solutions, but the future that we're headed into. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Coco. That's really inspiring also for you laying out the different phases, you know, because we, especially humanitarians, tend to be very much focused on present day issues and, you know, thinking in future terms, thinking in historical terms, but also is very much important. So I would now like to invite Sebastian Lesch to the mic. I will give you also a proper introduction. Sebastian Lesch is head of the Climate Policy Division at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, where he is responsible for all adaptation, loss and damage, the Paris alignment of multilateral development banks, European and UN climate positioning, and other climate-related policy issues. And above that, he is also the representative of Germany on the board of the Loss and Damage Fund, which makes him the ideal person for this panel. Before that, he led the agricultural division of the BMZ, responsible for a wide range of topics from agricultural trade and global agricultural supply chain to common European agricultural policy. The unit also includes the flagship initiative of the Green Innovation Centers. So prior to this, Sebastian Lesch was the head of the German-Egyptian Development Corporation in Cairo for 4 years, from 2010 to 2014. He was press officer of the BMZ, and before that, the country director for Central Asia and Southern Caucasus. So also here you see it's a wealth of background and experience that informs the way we think about things. We are honored to have you here, Sebastian Lesch. Please kick us off with your insights on the topic.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you. You seem to have remembered more about my life than I care to, but thanks for the kind introduction. This is a steep ask. Thank you for presenting this so aptly where we are in terms of loss and damage, and thanks for the opportunity to try and bring those two worlds of humanitarian and climate policy together at the example of loss and damage. I don't have a presentation prepared, but I'm trying to make a couple of points from a government perspective to where we are in terms of loss and damage and in terms of the fund. First of all, loss and damage as a political topic. As you've been mentioning in the beginning, I think this has been discussed in the climate space for many years, decades quite possibly. It has accelerated now in terms of this concrete setup of financing arrangements, including a fund. That was the wording in the COP28 decision. That's what we are. What is loss and damage as a political field? Loss and damage as a political field is comprised of 3 categories: averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. Again, that's the wording from previous COP decisions. That's what we're working with politically. So loss and damage is more than humanitarian assistance in the sense that we're not only dealing with disaster, that's the addressing part, but there's also a preventive part to it, the averting and the minimizing. And I'll come back to that later when we'll talk about the fund and what it can do and what it cannot do. This loss and damage topic is, of course, inseparably linked with the comprehensive risk management overall. This is key to it all, and this is, again, something that we have in common with the humanitarian world. Looking at risk from a comprehensive point of view, assessing that risk, layering that risk, dealing with that risk is something that is at the core of this discussion. This is something that is a big link between the two fields of work that we're interlinking with here. So there is obviously a strong need for collaboration between the two fields. That's why I'm so happy to be invited to have that discussion now. The linkage is obvious, but it's not very strong yet institutionally. And you were talking about institutions earlier today. I think that's a very, very valuable point that we'll need to look into a bit more. What's the interlinkage? Of course, humanitarian organizations bring a lot of expertise to the field of loss and damage. Working in this sort of disaster, catastrophe, reaction sphere is something that is not yet enshrined in what the climate space usually does. If we look at the classic 2 blocks of mitigation and adaptation, this is not work that sort of addresses something immediately. Humanitarian stakeholders bring this experience to the table, bring the access to the table, to the most vulnerable that we want to have in the focus of our loss and damage work. So this is an invaluable expertise that we sort of try and need to link up. This ability to act very promptly when disaster strikes, to be where it hurts most. This is something of an operative arm, if you will, to the climate space that is lacking so far. Then on the fund, there was a lot of anticipatory praise, I think, on the fund. I'm not sure that is deserved yet. What we have is a COP decision. COP28 decided to establish financing arrangements, including a fund. The focus within that has shifted a lot on the fund itself, I think rightly so, and as was the wish of many developing countries. But the fund is not set up yet. It doesn't have a bank account number or money in it. There's been lots of pledges around COP28. One of them was our pledge, $100 million by the German government. The important thing is not that $100 million, but we managed to do a joint pledge with the UAE COP presidency, which is quite a precedent, because this is for the first time that according to UNFCCC, a developing country, this is a 1992 distinction between developing and developed countries, the UAE is a developing country by those standards, but they decided to make a pledge jointly with us. The UAE, a country that is very much sort of based on the income of fossil fuels, acknowledges that this is something that they need to spend money on. I think this is something that really should be mentioned and was probably the one big message ahead of COP28. Now, what we have before us now is the task of building up that fund, and that's not an easy task to do. We had the first board meeting a couple of weeks back. The second one is scheduled for mid-July. We'll have a total of 4 this year, which shows you that this is serious work that's going on, and that we're working very hard around this. We are trying to make sure a number of things when it comes to the fund. I think what's important is we have a large number of climate-related funds out there, some big ones and a huge number of small ones. Depending on how you count, it goes in the dozens, possibly more than 100. So there's little point in setting up yet another climate fund that does more or less the same things that we've been doing before, with more or less the same institutions and stakeholders than we've working with before. There's little point to that. Also because, and that's something I can't stress enough, another fund doesn't mean that there's more money. I'm here as a government representative, so I'm also here for the cold, hard facts around that. You do follow possibly the German budget discussion that's going on. Discussion is similar in a number of other countries. It's not that there's more money around the corner. We have to make that money that we have work better. And we've heard a lot about sort of where does the money go, what does it do earlier today. I think there is potential to do just that. So what the funds needs to be is it needs to be complementary to what we have right now. It needs to be innovative. It needs to do things differently. And there's lots of ideas and hooks in those COP decisions that can make that work. One of the most important is sort of the direct access of institutions to those funds. So go beyond the usual landscape of stakeholders who will implement projects, try to be quicker. But for us, what's important is also to pre-arrange things. So, and I'm coming back to what I said in the beginning, averting, minimizing, and addressing. It's not only addressing. It's not a humanitarian help fund that sort of comes up with money the moment that disaster strikes. There are instruments to do that. There's a whole humanitarian world to do that. And you're discussing how sort of this world needs to adapt and change to realities. This fund is to work in a preemptive manner, to avert and minimize loss and damage wherever that is possible, to layer risks before you actually have disaster strike, and then sort of have good solutions and invest in resilience. And this is very interesting because this is right at a crossroads between what humanitarian assistance does, what classic development policy does. It's right in between, but it is something new. And I think there is a huge opportunity to really design this instrumentarium there. And that I think will build on lots of points that have been made on the shortcomings of what we have right now. I'll leave it at that, but I'm happy to discuss in more depth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to jump into it a little bit later. Now would have actually been the time for Tetet presenting her ideas from the perspective of climate activism. So we need to be spontaneous in that regard. I will play devil's advocate a little bit later, but I'm sure also here in the audience, I'm sure Nisreen has thoughts about that, and other people as well, on how the loss and damage fund should develop in the future. At this point, I would also like to invite the online audience to make up their minds about comments and questions. My colleague Darina will later on present them here on stage. So that would be the point where we can also invite perspectives on the climate community and climate activism here on stage. Before we move on, I would like to present some of the findings of work I have done with a colleague of mine. For this, I would need the clicker back. Right, Thank you, Coco. So together, last year, together with my colleague Johanna Fipp, who is in the background, we wrote a scoping report on loss and damage from the perspective of humanitarianism and humanitarian organization. It was was given to us by the international rescue community, who had an idea. I wanted to have better ideas on how to move forward with regard to the humanitarian position in that fund. So as one of the results, there is this policy brief published that you can download here, but also get in paper outside. And I think I'm holding this clicker the wrong way. And I just want to briefly walk you through some of the main facts. So in the beginning, I've already outlined why the topic of loss and damage is a uniquely humanitarian concern as well, not necessarily totally humanitarian, but there is a humanitarian stakes in the game. So having said that, laid out that, loss and damage from the vantage point of humanitarianism is also discussed against the backdrop of humanitarian systems overburdened already by conflict and disaster. Humanitarian response plans only partly financed. We all know the deal. Decreasing humanitarian budgets all over the place as well. Obviously also in Germany, the second biggest donor of humanitarian aid will cut back on humanitarian aid in the years to come. So what's the big difference? In difference to climate finance, humanitarian funding is not obligatory. It's based on solidarity and also the political rationale, especially from the top donor countries. Currently the US, Germany, the EU, the UK. In that sense, humanitarian funding is rather volatile and fragile, depending on domestic politics and prioritization. The Liberal Party in Germany, for example, recently suggested that to only provide humanitarian aid to countries who are not aligned with Russia. So we all know that this doesn't go well with the humanitarian principles. So when it comes to the specific operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, there's one differentiation crucial for distinguishing loss and damage from other activities, most notably from adaptation, and you've already dived into that a little bit. And this is, again, the issue of time. So it's about ex ante or ex post activities before and after disaster hit. So while resilience building in that sense would then be attributed to adaptation, and the rest of the R words like relief, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and resettlement would rather belong to the loss and damage realm. So the looming humanitarianization of the Loss and Damage Fund that Hugo also has written about recently, meaning that there is already little money as it is, and it will be used and channeled through the humanitarian system rather than more directly pay for impact, like the Loss and Damage Fund was intended in its use. So to quote Hugo, he has referred to it as, quote unquote, draining loss and damage of any link to wider climate justice approaches. So yet, and here we might disagree a little bit, or I remember things in a different way, as the decision text of the Loss and Damage from last year now talks about addressing loss and damage and not so much about averting in. It's an important point to discuss, I think. So, and all of this is embedded in wider discussions around climate finance, like we've already heard. More specifically, also the new collective quantified goal, the NCQG, which is one of my top 3 horrible acronyms there is around. So where the world will decide on how to attribute climate finance in the future. So now, what's this about for humanitarianism? So there's a variety of roles that humanitarians can fill in this respect. As recipients of funding from this fund for disaster response, as experts, as advocates, and our recommendations emanating from the scoping are, first of all, coordination. It's a so-called no-brainer. We always talk about this, but this situation really necessitates it, relationship building, expertise, and advocacy. When I talk about coordination, we talk about the coordination from the humanitarian sector across other sectors, especially climate communities, climate action actors, but also within the humanitarian sector and also within humanitarian organizations. Policy departments need to talk to implementation departments. So I'm going to say the word one time in this conference. This is a nexus issue, and the nexus issue starts in your own house. It's actually on the bingo. We have a bingo. Secondly, relationship building. One of the main outcomes of the scoping when we have talked to the climate community was we lack relationships to humanitarians. We don't know. We meet them when there's money on the table, right? Apart from that, not so much. So what we need is building and solidifying relationships with the climate community. This is what the humanitarians need to do for mutual learning and also understanding the dynamics that drive the work of both communities. Coco, you have mentioned it already. There are so many different ways of. It starts with language already. There are different sets of languages that communities use to describe what they need and how they ask for it. So nurturing relationships should be done on a coherent and on a stable basis, not only when there's a big COP decision coming up, but you need to do the work. You need to reach out to climate communities and you need to solidify those relationships. And doing that also not to overburden climate communities. One of the main concerns was in the run-up to the COP, like all of a sudden all those humanitarian actors come and they ask us, what is this all about? What can we do? And so on and so forth. So it needs to be coherent on a stable basis and not only when there's something important, quote unquote, happen. So, and then also, both of you have already mentioned it. For good reasons, humanitarianisms and humanitarians are built for speed. They're built for promptness. And however, when it comes to the intricate relationships of climate change and climate action, building relationships and understanding sometimes needs humanitarians to sit back and to listen and not, enter the room and dominate the discussion, but, try to understand, listen in, sit back. This is to relationship building. Expertise, you both have already also addressed that there are, this fund is supposed to address gap in the current funding systems, and I think the humanitarian expertise in that can help addressing those gaps, identifying and addressing the gaps that we find. We need a more systematic approach to identify those priority gaps. Humanitarian organizations, through their work in crisis regions, are positioned to support the establishment of such systems. They can provide really valuable evidence from their work to help adequately address loss and damage. Humanitarian expertise is crucial, particularly in understanding climate change risk in countries affected also by fragility and conflict and violence, like we see so many countries around the world, like we have seen Nizarine talk about in the case of Sudan. So this expertise is very essential for identifying gaps in research and policy as well. So for instance, there's the field of forced mobility. Coco and I got talking about this yesterday a little bit, and also about trapped populations. We lack rigorous data and research. There are so many things we cannot be sure about what's happening in specific regions. And a third aspect I would like to mention in that regard is that also non-economic loss and damages need to be understood and addressed in a better way than right now. My colleague Johanna has recently published a blog on that. I invite you all to read it. It is very fascinating, and it also provides a way to talk better about localization of humanitarian action, because what is lost is local knowledge, is the knowledge of responders. And if we take all this talk about localization seriously, then this is the way to go, together with, this more quantifiable loss that we have. Last but not least, advocacy, There is also gain in maybe not taking the money, but advocating for other people taking the money, or use your fora to present the knowledge that you have gathered and gained through your work. on the ground, so quote unquote. You can jointly advocate for for your own humanitarian budgets in Germany and beyond. We see this already happening in so many spaces at the moment. Representatives of the organizations are here in the room today who are advocating to the German government for keeping the budget safe. So, to positively influence the future of the Loss and Damage Fund, there are two possibilities: through the civil society coordination and engagement via the active observership in the Loss and Damage Fund, and through the national government seats on the Loss and Damage Fund, which we have the perfect representative sitting here on stage as it is. So with that in mind, maybe this would be a good time to already invite the online audience as a substitute for the fact that we're missing Tetet at the moment. I would invite my colleague Darina to present us with some of the questions and comments currently underway online.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the very interesting discussion. I just got two more questions from the open chat. I have not had the chance to go through them, so just apologies for that. Having through questions currently that I've been able to go through. So one was actually posed to the keynote panel, but maybe you can also address it. I think it's quite interesting. It's on climate and humanitarian diplomacy. And the fact that both of them appear to inadvertently fail in addressing the drivers and riders of the climate catastrophe. And maybe you can share some examples where the interlocking of the two twin diplomacies of climate diplomacy and humanitarian diplomacy can make some progress in moving the diplomacy away from the bedroom and more to the living room, to the sitting room, and talk a little bit more openly about very interesting and very important issues. And maybe there are also cases, where diplomacy is going beyond the usual hubs of Geneva, of New York, including some regions that are especially hit by active conflicts, but also by the climate crisis. That is one. The second question, it was posed, by the way, from Patrick Kamadi from Humanitarian. And then I have another question from Ole Hengelbrock from Kat Anamur and the German emergency doctors. And he's asking, is there actually a risk that a fund like the Loss and Damage Fund will become a fig leaf to weaken other more radical proposals? For example, the push for debt cuts or the suspensions of debt repayments for countries and areas that are especially hit by the climate crisis. As was, for example, requested by Pakistan when it was hit by the floods in 2022. Last but not least, a very straightforward question posed by somebody from Bangladesh. Do you know any solutions on how we can best address catastrophes like landslides that appear more and more often in the Rohingya refugee camps during the monsoon season? And I have two more to go, so if you want me, I can come back in later, but I think that's already enough food for thought for now.
Maybe we start off with those couple of questions, and after our panelists have answered, we would invite the audience to also post questions and comments. I know for a fact there are a lot of people working in humanitarian diplomacy in this room, so if you don't want to answer that question, you might be off the hook. So what I've heard are a couple of questions. The one with regard to the Loss and Damage Fund maybe being a fig leaf for more radical concerns that communities have. And I think that translates very well to recent concerns about climate finance and the funds that we see at the moment rather being loan-based than grants-based. So maybe you can give us a little bit of insight in how you, Sebastian, see the future of the Loss and Damage Fund with regard to the debt crisis that we also see around the world.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great question. On the first layer of things, I don't think these are mutually exclusive. I mean, there is a new fund coming up. There's already plenty of funds around, and they're not an excuse for not following all these other tracks of work, say debt relief work, for example. So by the same logic, you could say the GCF is nothing other than, or I mean, that's on that very first layer. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. Of course, there are conflicting targets when it then comes to the finance, and I think that's what you were mentioning in terms of loans and grants. I think, first of all, we've just seen the latest figures on climate finance by the OECD a couple of days ago, so it's good that the 100 billion target was met. I think that's a very good sign now. We all know, and that goes for your humanitarian world as it goes for my development and climate world, we have to fight for keeping this up in the budgetary situations that we are in. We share that fight, and as you were mentioning before, I mean, it's very useful that civil society organizations on all those fronts are lobbying as well for those things. That's important for us as a ministry, that we have that sort of civil society base that lobbies for a strong development policy and a strong climate policy. That on a side note. Our climate financing comes very largely in the form of grants. I mean, so it's not that these are all loans, it comes very largely in the form of grants. Those are two different instruments, if you want, and it's not that there is one big pot of money and somebody gets to decide whether or not this is a grant or a loan. That's unfortunately not how it works. There is, I wish it were, because then obviously we would decide this to do as grants, but that's not how it works. We need to differentiate which one we use for what purpose. There are investments in the climate space where loans make perfect sense. Think of investments in renewable energy that pay off after a number of years. This is sort of a sphere where working with loans makes perfect sense. We can make that work if we're giving loans for those things and thereby free up grants for other things where loans we cannot use. Yeah? But for me, this distinction is very important. It's not a zero-sum game in the sense that we have one pot of money and then we divide up how are we going to do it to save up, I don't know, get back the most we can. That's not how this works. If we were to sort of make a pledge to only give grants for climate policy, the sum would be much, much smaller. That's just a fact. So again, if you look at the incentive system of how these budgets are being made by the parliament and how they're then being administered and distributed by the ministry, I do think that we have safeguards employed to not run into that conflict of targets, sort of to run countries deeper into debt crisis for their climate policy. But ultimately, obviously, debt is always something that somebody takes on. So there is a responsibility on the recipient side here as well.
Thank you, Sebastian. I think the recent figures showed that I think around 50% are grants and the other 50% are loans of German climate finance, with the differentiation on the economic situation of the receiving country. With that, maybe Coco, I don't want to put you on this landslide issue, but I just remembered that you have been working on avalanches, which is also something that can different kind of sliding. So maybe if you have some insight on that, you could share that. That would be great. If not, I would be very interested to hear, and maybe you can also combine it. Where do you see research, especially data science, support loss and damage claims and that thing? And I think landslides are one of the phenomena that.
And I may swerve into one or the other areas. So there are some of the challenges in the climate change policy space is like any area, the advocates that come, the delegates that come to negotiate on behalf of their countries often come from a segment. They're scientists, they're environmental, they're civil society, etc. And so when a country comes and perhaps asks for help with one of these areas, landslide, erosion, other coastal erosion is often coming up. A debate ensues. What's the cause of that? Is it perfectly, clearly only climate change, or are there some other things? And often what you see, maybe even more often than not, the way that people in the spaces that they live or in the systems that we've built stress the environment as we understand it today. And so it becomes quite complex. Landslides, for example, all over the world. Landslides, of course, happen when you have extreme rainfall in a short amount of time on very wet, heavy soil. But often it's combined with deforestation, with development of steep slopes, all kinds of things like that. And I think this is one of the, it's both hopeful for what we have to do now, as well as a really big challenge to the way that we used to think about climate change impacts. The way we used to think about climate change impacts and the way the advocates often used climate change impacts was as a warning call that we have to avoid climate change. And in my area, which is migration and displacement, advocates would, for a period of time, come up with really big numbers intended very much to be fear-inducing. Because, oh, you don't want that terrible future, because if you do, all of these waves of people who you don't know, who might be scary or whatever, might come to your neighborhood. Now, in my world, that's problematic because, and maybe in your world too, we're supposed to help. And there must be a different way, because not only have we created anthropogenic climate change, but we also need to navigate it now together. Now, when it comes to finance, in the world of finance, a country, let's say a delegate, may show up and say, oh, climate change is causing these terrible problems, and therefore the needs are really, really big. We heard that in the opening plenary of the subsidiary bodies. But of course, others in other realms of government will say, yeah, except that, you know, your development policy or your land management policy, et cetera. And it's important as we move forward in policy that we both acknowledge the complexities and move towards action. And that is uncomfortable because it means that we're not right. We often lose the old claim of you owe this to us. It's just, we're so far beyond that now.
Right.
And often there's not a system internationally to enforce claims that might be domestically available.
Right. Yeah, I think this speaks to a wider problem of the international multilateral system and the state it is in at the moment. Before we open up for the audience, I would like to dig a little bit deeper into the field of collaboration, insofar as I don't know if you've mentioned or if you noticed it. There's no purely humanitarian person sitting at this panel, and this is by design. We have a room full of humanitarians, and I think it's very worth the while to hear your experience about how you have seen the collaboration with humanitarian actors change throughout the years. And I would like to start with you, Sebastian. And I don't want to. You don't need to talk about GFFO that you share a seat or did share a seat with at the Transitional Committee necessarily, but also with other humanitarian actors. How have you seen the involvement of humanitarian actors in the policy and the politics of loss and damage develop in the past couple of years? And what do you need from them as well, as a second question?
Yeah, I'd probably focus on the latter because, yes, they are there, but they're slowly coming on. I would be lying if I said now that this is a very strong voice sort of seeking that interlinkage so far. We don't see it. We don't see it yet. Yes, there are civil society organizations there. Yes, we are trying to sort of bring those different voices within a government. Same thing, different people in governments deal with those different bubbles. And there was the question in the beginning about how to bring climate and human diplomacy closer together for the first point. Those are bubbles very much that we need to sort of break, and silos that we need to break and bring together. Sometimes even located in certain cities. When I did agriculture, Rome was the place to be, right? For the climate is probably Bonn, if you want to name a city. There's New York, there's Washington when it comes to the World Bank. Often those are even chiffres for certain bubbles that are going around. So what we would need really is for this to come together. I think the landslide example is a perfect example of why we need that interlinkage, right? This landslide can be due to deforestation that happened before, just as well as to human-induced climate change. We can then get into a scientific debate about who's liable for what, because how is this attributable to what? But that's not going to help the people affected by the landslide very much, right? But if we bring those two policy spheres together, then we can try and create a policy that strengthens the resilience. And that brings me back to this averting and minimizing before we come to the actually addressing of the loss and damage. Yeah. So what do we need from you? We need your engagement, we need your expertise, we need sort of your knowledge of those landscapes that you were mentioning beforehand, your knowledge of the peoples affected, and also the access that you have directly to the people. When we talk about direct access in the Loss and Damage Fund, this is very much, well, it's very much a virtual thing as of now. How is that direct access going to work? One of those ways can be through organizations that are active in the humanitarian space. And I mean, but don't misquote me. I mean, the fund is not going to be an additional source of funding for your organizations. That's not how this is going to work. You will have to change if you want to play a role in that particular landscape, because that fund is doing something different than your usual sources of funding do, right? But if you are willing to get into that game and adapt to this and offer sort of your expertise, then I think you could have a role within all of those funding arrangements that are being designed in that new loss and damage landscape that we're talking about.
Thank you, Sebastian. And Coco, how did you see it? So you started to work on loss and damage a long time ago, before any of us talked about this. How did you see the discourse around it change over the years? And also, what was your experience, and what are your expectations with regard to the humanitarian sector?
Yeah, it wasn't in the climate negotiations at the beginning, but if you go back to 1992, it's what I alluded to a couple of minutes ago. I think in the heady 90s, so many hopeful and like really interesting things were happening in the world. The Montreal Protocol had been passed. There was a great belief in multilateralism and the ability to work together, the theme of our session. And I think many of us still very much believe in that, but it's contested. Those early days were all about avoiding dangerous anthropogenic climate change, and very, very rightly so. And about 20 years of energy was used to keep the focus squarely on mitigating anthropogenic climate change. It's fine. And now we find ourselves still very much on the path to reaching, exceeding, and hopefully curbing the trajectory beyond 1.5 degrees. I wanted to mention two things since you had asked the question to Sebastian. In my earlier work on risk management, I saw, and this is so hopeful, congratulations to maybe you and many of you who helped negotiate language that includes social protection, anticipatory action, adaptive social safety, nets, things like that, communities, local access, things of this nature. There are two examples that I've seen in really big countries with social safety nets. So you'll be familiar with work for food programs. And in this particular large country example, people were working and they had enough food. But what they needed were other things like land improvement. And so there are all kinds of tools that allow people to use that which they have, which is their labor, and then do other things like soil restoration or building sand dams or water conservation. And these can be done at large scale, but by many, many people at a kind of community level. And another example, using social safety nets, some very large countries are providing digital Identities or digital access cards to draw social safety nets, and those can be used. And I think it's one of the challenges for something like a fund that's supposed to be complementary, not duplicative. But I've seen some of the world's largest social safety net programs using distribution tools like that to make sure that the lowest of low-income families can get a little bit of flood relief within a very short amount of time after experiencing something really, really devastating. And that is just, again, to go to say, we are here today. We have very dramatic impacts unfolding before our eyes, and we're not without tools. We have you, and this is the place where we continue our journey. Not start, but continue designing together.
So there's already a lot to work with. What I hear is social protection is an issue that already humanitarians are getting into step by step. I would now like to invite the on-site audience for questions and comments. I have already seen people raise their hands. There are people coming with microphones. Please introduce yourself before you speak, and if the question is directed to a specific panelist, please make that visible. And I think the gentleman in the yellow shirt also wanted to say something. Go ahead. No.
Would you want to take first?
No. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I think I'm skipping the queue, but thank you. My name is Olivia Srdečna. I'm from the climate community, so it's a blue spot. I worked for climate analytics. For full disclosure also to Sebastian, I support the least developed countries board fund members on the Loss and Damage Fund board. And I have one comment, clarificatory comment, and a kind of open question more to the room, I think, than to the audience. One is some clarification, and thanks for pointing this out, that the decision establishing and operationalizing the fund is on addressing loss and damage. And in terms of, I'd be interested, but we can do that maybe over coffee, to hear about the additionality and the gap that you think this fund should address, because so for the audience, kind of contextual, as we talk about loss and damage over these 2 days, there was an analysis done on available sources of funding for loss and damage by the technical support unit to the transitional committee, and they kind of divided the activities that are responding to loss and damage by preparedness, and then the R's, relief, response, recovery, rehabilitation, and then they checked what is the availability of funding for all these activities. Preparedness scored highest, recovery 0. There is no climate finance for recovery. So I'd be interested to see how to square the preparedness, and by all means, all developing countries want preparedness. They exactly don't want to be flooded as Pakistan and have then to spontaneously try and get the funding. They would like predictability. Not 100%, nobody's talking about that, they're not, it's not. But how to square that would be interesting. But I was going to ask, thinking about the theme of the conference and seeing your analysis, Andrea, the advocacy bit. Because let's not forget, emissions are rising, okay? We've not bended the curve. The only good news we have is they're rising slower. They're bloody still rising. We're imposing all these risks, creating humanitarian crisis. So these responses on the recovery is needed, but will be rendered obsolete and impossible without avoiding climate change. So it's not a zero-sum game on, off, too late. That still needs to happen. And I do wonder whether there is space for the humanitarian community to do advocacy on that, not just on what are the types of responses that are needed, how to best get systems in place, get the preparedness in place, what could be feasible triggers, what works, what doesn't work, how to get the money once it's there, sitting in different pockets, to the people, but also kind of sharing the experiences of this is what climate change looks like, and this is how it's overburdening us. And then in collaboration with climate scientists, look at what will it look like in 10, 20 years, and do a reality check. Can we prepare for that? How many people are going to die? People are dying from heat, from climate change. And maybe join in on the advocacy also on the mitigation bit, because that was the very initial purpose when IOSIS started talking about loss and damage, to try and avoid the whole thing. And it's too late to avoid the worst, but there's still every single need to try and bend the emission curve.
Yeah, Like a speaker on a conference a couple of years back said, we cannot allow ourselves to be frustrated. So with having said that, I really appreciate your comment, and I would like to invite the next person to ask questions, and then we collectively address the questions. Yeah, please go ahead.
Come up here from Pakistan to participate in this conference only, and then to SB60 as well. I am working with a local faith-based organization. So we started this journey like I also want to relate this, your recommendations, then also want to, respond to the question of humanitarian diplomacy and climate diplomacy. So we need to be first of all, we need to be on the table, the local actors, because we see and feel that it is a spiritual crisis. The climate crisis is a spiritual crisis, and local, leaders, faith actors, they are the first responders. So we started the journey through Faith Pavilion with the slogan that nothing about and for us without us. So we started this journey, and we started with an evidence-based research study in Sindh province of Pakistan to document that, what is the readiness of faith actors for operationalization of loss and damage fund. So we just first check our readiness, then we, come up with on the table with our, whatever the expertise we do have. So the floods 2022, rightly, according to your recommendations, the coordination was with the local actors because OCHA was, on the ground after 2 months. It is very much evident, and evidences are on the ground. Then the relationship building, all the local actors were coordinating. They are, bridging the gap between the affected population and the district administration and other, related stakeholders. Then they have built their capacities. I have done the evidence-based data. I have with me that what is the SURF funding for last 10 years for Pakistan, who have contributed, and secondly, how the local actors, they have actually accessed the funding of country-based pool fund for last 10 years in Pakistan. And that fund, that is, even not, it was discontinued in 2021, and it was not, even continued after the 2022 floods. And then comes the advocacy. So I also want to add that we need to add one more part of recommendation to accessibility, because without that, we cannot, if we are on the table, we do have coordination expertise, we do have other expertise, we can advocate for us, we can raise our voice, but if the thing is not accessible like GCF, so money is there on the roof, and it is being said to, local actors that if you can access that money. So it is not being working. Yeah. So I also want to highlight one other thing, that we need to be more covenant thinking rather than contractual binding, by thinking on the spiritual side and the faith side. And I also wanted to request Mr. Sebastian, so he can, on behalf of the local actors, he can put our voice at that table where the decisions are made, make it equitable and inclusive. Without local actors, it cannot work, and it don't work. And obviously, if these are loans, then we are going to pay the loans. The common man, the local, people, because the governments are not functioning, and the multilaterals, or we can say the UN agencies, are not functioning in a way. So this is one of my requests, that we need to, on behalf of the local actors, you can raise our voice within those, policy power corridors or policy corridors. And secondly, I also wanted to put this question that how we can make it equitable and inclusive. And please give space to local actors, because it is very difficult to be here for me as well. And we can see how many, people from global south are here. If they are not here, how they can raise their voice, and who will raise their voice on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Thank you very much for doing that. And I think why we are very sorry Titet is not here to have voiced those concerns. I think you took already a lot of the speaking points that he would have addressed here to the room about accessibility, about availability. You added a new point on the faith-based actors, which is, I think, something that we barely talk about, but it's something that is important to do, because in my experience, they are the ones who are very active also in the climate justice sphere, and have a unique access to populations in ways different from other organizations. So I think those two comments, or we will add a third comment and then let you react to it, and to close this panel after that.
It's not a comment, it's just a very quick question. So I wanted to touch on the local actors, but it's done, so maybe I also wanted you to, on the loss and damage fund, tell us if you engage with diaspora as well, or how you intend to engage with different types of actors, because you said you wanted to make the money, not more money, but just make the money you have work better and engage with non-traditional actors. So yeah, just adding also this dimension to the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So I think the first couple of questions go to Sebastian, and this will leave you also the opportunity to rightly address the question on addressing and preparedness and versus recovery, and then we will move on to Coco. Please, Sebastian.
Yeah, thanks. I'll give it a try. On the local actors and on the readiness. We've been among those who have at B1 very strongly advocated for a most inclusive fund, including as many civil society actors as possible. That has, again, two sort of layers that come in here. The inclusion is on the level of the board, so this is the decision making of the fund, and we are standing in front of a relatively blank page here. What is the fund going to do? How is it going to distribute money? How are decisions going to be taken? What we want to do is be transparent on that and include civil society stakeholders into that. We've been advocating very heavily for that, as have many others. I'm not going to tell you too much, probably, if I'm telling you that it's been a number of developing countries who've not been so keen on having civil society stakeholders around too much here. Yeah, but we're pushing for that, and you can certainly count on us there. And the second level is, of course, on the recipient level. I was talking about direct access earlier. Direct access includes, from our perspective, and again, same distribution of votes on the board from the perspective of many, includes also civil society stakeholders as recipients of funds, and those would be grants, obviously. I mean, this is not something where you can operate with loans. Civil society stakeholders directly. We're also talking about subnational regional entities that could be sort of governmental or half governmental as well, but civil society stakeholders as well. And that can include anyone up to diaspora stakeholders or others. I mean, the field is wide open there. It can include faith-based organizations. I don't see anything that would prevent that. But we are at the beginning of that particular discussion. We will see at B2 a discussion on access modalities, which will sort of shed a very first light on how this fund is actually going to work. We will not have a decision on that at B2, but I do hope that at B2 we can have a decision that allows on that first layer that I mentioned, stakeholders beyond the usual UNFCCC constituencies. I mean, those were present at the first board meeting and will be present next time. But beyond those traditional constituencies, see civil society stakeholders at the table, because we need to go beyond those constituencies, obviously, because we want to do something different than has been done before. On the addressing and the responding, I'm going to have to insist on that. I'm sorry. I mean, you will find both words in the decisions. Yeah? Addressing loss and damage, averting, minimizing, responding to. But the fund works according to its governing instrument. And the governing instrument speaks about a fund for responding to loss and damage, not addressing, but responding. And that's very important. If we are limiting this to addressing, then that would mean we pay out in the case disaster strikes. And that would not go as far as I would like it to go. I would like to be able to invest in resilience, to invest in prearranged things, to invest in the risk management. This would be far, far, far more effective than to use the limited amount of money that we have and only use it on addressing loss and damage. So I'm going to have to insist on that because that is the understanding of how the fund board operates. Again, you will find all of that in the decisions of the COP, but the governing instrument says responding. So just to clear that up.
Yes, very rightly so. We will waiting patiently for how everything turns out. So, Coco, I would also like you to for a final statement before we close this panel and move on to the next.
Gosh, there is so much to say. I did have a question for you. It's really unfair because you've had to say everything so far.
Maybe the question to him a little bit later because we're already running out of time. I'm so sorry,
yes,
but
fair enough.
yeah.
Then,
yes.
last, maybe the last thing. Thank you. The goal. We are headed into change, possibly deep change. If you look at what's happening, at least with the ice caps, and so we need to work with scientists bit by bit and calibrate our current systems with the change that we're heading into. The goal is that we navigate with as much collaboration as we can and maintaining as much stability as we can. And I think that's a vocabulary that many of us relate to, stability and navigating together. It's a big role for science, a huge role. By the way, Olivia, I didn't even see you. For those of you who are interested, in addition to the financial and economic aspects, Olivia is one of the really deep experts in non-economic loss, and that's probably even the bigger topic. So it's so good to see you. Thank you. So it's really just, we have to keep our eye on the goal, which is navigating together. It sounds like a cliche, but it may become increasingly difficult. And we really need communities like this that really are clear. It's about maintaining navigation and stability in the face of change.
Thank you so much, Coco. I would like to invite the audience for a big round of applause for our wonderful speakers and input givers. Thank you so much also from my side. So we have seen that loss and damage kind of stands pars pro toto for wider dynamics concerning also the humanitarian sector and its challenges and its necessities for change and for collaboration in ways. So now we will go on a 30-minute break, which will give you the opportunity to more intensely talk to Sebastian. But also I want to invite you here because those breaks are designed to give you the opportunity to talk to each other. Maybe reach out to someone you haven't spoken to yet. This is why we invented those kind of stickers for the bubbles, so you can identify people from across the aisle. So go talk to each other, please. This is the whole idea of this conference. This insight is, you know, it's the nice icing on the cake, having people like give information to you. But the real issue of this conference is that you catch up with each other, collaborate, make some friends, make some new colleagues, and exchange opinions, fight and get back together. So this is the whole idea. In that spirit, we will reconvene here at 4 o'clock for our active sessions. And this is also something that is very dear to my heart because we've designed those active sessions especially as a place for getting deeper into it, for speaking out truths. They're called unusual allies and uncomfortable truths. So this is the space where you would be able to really dig deeper into. So we have one session on the unusual ally of the private sector, facilitated by Pinar Okur from Opinion. Here she will be either on the terrace or here in the auditorium. We will see depending on the weather outside. Then we have a session on climate activism with author and activist Sina Kamala Kaufmann here in the auditorium as well. And then we have one on climate science with Olivia Sredechny that we've already seen and heard today of climate analytics. Those sessions will not be streamed online, for a variety of reasons, but it will allow the on-site audience to really engage with each other and be active in those sessions. So please make up your mind which session you want to join, and let's reconvene here at 4 p.m. For the online audience, see you back at 5:30. And one more thing, whoever was able to fill out the bingo, please, yes, please check with our front desk and you will get a present. Thank you. There are some bikes on the terrace. They need to
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to our CHAR conference. We've just spent 1.5 very exciting hours. The groups have been very active and balanced, and I'm happy to invite 3 people here on stage, which is Emma Lucaresa of HELP, who will be reporting from the private sector session. Xiwen Leaf of MSF, she will be reporting and tell us what happened in the climate activist session. And Olivia Sedeshny will tell us all about the new developments in the collaboration between climate science and climate activism. Emma Lou, please get us started. What have you discussed in terms of the collaboration scenarios and hindrances with climate?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for having us. What we discussed essentially during our activity, I want to say, is the advantages and challenges that arise when working with private corporations. So we have 3 key, let me see my notes, please. The advantages that we started off with that were presented by our lovely host are that the private sector brings innovation and the possibility to fail, since they don't have the same standards of accountability that humanitarian organizations have. We thought of some success stories with the private sector. Most of them were related to fast and flexible fundraising. It's important to distinguish the difference between contracting and actually raising funds. What really stood out was the fact that technology through private corporations can really be an enabler. One of the advantages, or one of the instances that were named here were, for example, making use of WhatsApp in Ukraine to spread information fast. Others include thank you. The fact that private corporations can be suppliers quite effectively and have some sort of risk appetite that maybe conventional humanitarian organizations don't. Unfortunately, we could think of a lot more challenges, but that's not going to impede us from envisioning the good that can happen from those partnerships. A lot of that has to do with communication issues between both entities, especially in terms of ethics, but also objectives. When it comes to values, but also like the business side of things. Somebody said that sometimes we just don't speak the same language, which obviously can be a problem. Also, we want to mention white and greenwashing, which is obviously a great issue, and lack of transparency, and maybe also the lack of economic incentives for private corporations to go humanitarian. Yes, and when we thought or brainstormed what could work, we actually ended up with a bunch of questions, more than clear answers. But one of the conclusions, or one of the takeaways we had was that gradually starting partnerships would probably work best. We also stumbled over the question, like, to which extent is the private sector not already incorporated into humanitarian work? Because obviously most programs are already largely dependent on private actors. Yes, this is what we came up with. And I'm going to hand over to the next activity group.
So So I don't remember most of the things in our group because there's so many great ideas. But we had a session on climate activism, and we started the session by actually thinking about what is the relation between humanitarian work and climate, and especially how do we actually work engaging activists together in our work. And we had 3 categories of discussion points where everyone will come up with different ideas. We had the individual responsibilities, like things that could be just something throwing out your trash or whatever, and comfort zone tendency, something that we feel like the current structure is not good enough, but why not? And then we also have, what is that? Power structure. Something power structure, something about the governmental power structure or any of the society power structure. So we had quite a lot of points from different people. We had 3 different teams, and there were some really interesting ideas that I have to say, I don't remember a lot of others, but there are some that were really interesting for some thoughts for everyone. One of them will be at the end of the day, maybe we don't need humanitarian actors anymore when things are completely localized and when we have enough local capacity on response instead of international humanitarian aid and sending aid towards places. And also we have people talking about there should be a limit of wealth for personal use and also maybe abolish the concept of inheritance. And also border was mentioned quite a lot by people as well. Do we need a border in the future? How does the citizenship, the idea works? Or how is this going to fasten the process of decolonization? Or how does decolonization actually function in a sustainable way? Of course, we also had a lot of things that's more on our personal level. For example, the transportation fee, public transportation, Deutsche Bahn should be cheaper and more reliable so we have more people using public transportation in the future. So yeah, there are quite a lot of great ideas, and if anyone has more interest, feel free to go to the site and read it yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, happy to report back from the climate science team, which was a great team. We had a great discussion, and thanks again for all the inputs. So we touched on a couple of things, shared experiences in interactions between the climate community and the humanitarian community, and a couple, through our discussion, different uses of climate science or points of interaction emerged. One was kind of the application of climate science to inform risk-based planning, so interventions planning or long-term strategy planning, where kind of climate science is the input to humanitarian actors. Then there was also a strong point on that the evidence base given by climate science strengthens the case of humanitarian actors, so kind of strengthen the advocacy by making it evidence-based, given it solid ground, or so perceived more solid ground. But also there was a discussion, which I, as a blue dot climate person, think is very important, that it's not a one-way street. So it's not just humanitarians using climate science, but also climate scientists learning from the ground, from humanitarian actors, to improve their assumptions, their models, the planning of, or the suggestion or design of responses that they identify as responses to loss and damage in the adaptation or loss and damage sphere. So it's not a one-way street, but both sides can learn from each other. That was kind of the ideal scenario. And then we discussed a bit on the challenges, and one thing that we kind of struggled a bit to find the good word was, and I think we ended up with untranslatability or something, but it's basically, what does it mean? So you have high-level climate impact projections, huge uncertainties, different scales, long terms, and what does it mean on the ground? And that's, I think it's a big step or multiple step of translation between global or climate science really and application on the ground to contextualize it. What does it mean for actors on the ground? How does it translate? So that's one of the challenges. And in terms of challenges, we had a couple of more. I won't be able to list them all from memory, but one thing was the politics of it. So both actors move in political spaces. Terms are used differently for different purposes. That there needs to be candid discussion, but also, I guess, mandates need to be respected. Yeah, the scale issue, of course, the actionability of climate science as silos. We used a couple of the buzzwords.
Yes.
Silos was definitely among them. We live in silos, we work in silos. Breaking them down isn't straightforward. Lots of advantages. Again, like I said, both ways thing, the humanitarian actors validating, improving really climate science with information from the ground, and kind of climate science, ideally climate proofing, planning, humanitarian planning in the longer term. In terms of the, what you call it, collaboration scenarios,
right.
we, one thing that emerged, which I personally really liked, was the use and the benefit of visuals, of kind of creative communication tools. Because one of the challenges is this translatability and different languages and understandings, and the use of visuals, and the Climate Center was one of the pioneers, or is, I personally really like the visuals as well, that's the universal language, so to speak. So without simplifying things too much or at all, visuals, cartoons, creative ways of communication as one way to communicate among both. Definitely the need, but also potential to start discussions early on, so not wait for climate science to produce the data that then doesn't mean anything for humanitarians, but really try and have them define the questions already, so climate science can respond to the needs. Basically just always funding for these collaborations is, I think, something that any scenario needs. And then we also use the buzzword, which I learned, localization. So the need for climate science not to just sit in multi-thousand pages IPCC reports, but be really embedded in national long-term strategies and localized to give it to the ability to use climate data to the ground, which, from my perspective, necessitates both platforms that increase the accessibility of climate data and projections, but also the capacity to then use them. There'll always be a level of complexity, and you just need to know how to use a certain platform. But basically, the localization of climate science for humanitarian actors was one of the scenarios where we also identified. Any big misses, shout out. Other than that, thanks again.
So thank you very much for our three rapporteurs. I think all three groups touched upon like crucial, essential issues that have been voiced earlier on the buzzword bingo, but also even in the title of our conference. So we subtitled the conference needs, narratives, and necessities. So you have been talking about, different languages and finding a common way to talk about things. Then we have the issue of values that started in the other groups, the possibility to fail. So there are certain sectors that have a broader range of failure than the humanitarian sector, for obvious and rightful reasons, allows itself. And I think one of the outcomes that combines all of us is the issue of localization. You might call it mutual aid and solidarity. So we have different words to talk about the same need that there is for the sector to be more local in a way. Another point that we asked you to talk a little bit about was, and how do we go on from here? So what happens next? Is there something that you thought about how the group can expand or follow up? Is there something that you can share with us on that front?
So I noted to my co-facilitator that we missed this bit because we're too engaged in the discussion. I personally exchanged a couple of emails with people that I'm interested in working on again. I hope the same happened as well, but I'm afraid we didn't really deliver on that, to be very frank. Looks like I'm speaking for all.
You have to speak into the microphone.
Thanks to Pinar, we have a email list, so maybe we'll stay in touch and collaborate in the future, hopefully.
Yeah. So this is not only me checking if the groups did their work in the right way, but also
engaging this in your minds that, we sit here, to exchange and to learn something, but also, to take it further. And this is something that we want for this conference, to live on a little longer and to value this beyond just, exchanging knowledge, but also, identifying the ideas that you have, things that made you uncomfortable. Look into it with your colleagues and go on and collaborate and take it further. So we try to make it, other than your usual conference. And I hope we started with a small seed. It is up to you to make it worth the while, to take it with you and to, make it flourish and get together, collaborate, and don't be frustrated about the way the world is, but make it better. Make your own sectors better, make your own organizations better, make your relationships better, and start it from there. So I want to thank all the people in the active sessions, but also the rapporteurs and the facilitators, Pina Oko, Sina Kamala Kaufmann, and Olivia Sedechny, for organizing those sessions in such a beautiful way. I'm really happy, and I invite all of you to stay here on site in Berlin. What we have for you is a nice get-together, wine and dine, starting at in a couple of minutes to actually take it further. Because, as I've said multiple times today, it's not only about what you hear and see here on the panel, but it's about you and about what you have in your minds and in your hearts and exchange with other people. And for this, we also organized this get together in the aftermath of the conference. So first of all, let's give a big round of applause for our rapporteurs. I'm really glad there's also, I've been notified, there's also the buzzword bingo, whoever filled in the buzzword bingo, and I guess the active sessions have also been an opportunity to do so. Please go to the front desk and you will receive your present. And for everyone else on site and online, please come back tomorrow. We have a full and very nice day tomorrow. Tomorrow I will not be the conductor of the day, but my dear colleague Ida Tami will take over the lead. So we will start 9:30 with hot takes from today. So someone will report, Abdullah Fahimi from the DGAP will report his 3 hot takes from today. And then we will get right into another uncomfortable topic, which is conflict, violence, and fragility and climate change with 3 amazing speakers. And be on time, bring your lanyards, and collaborate with us even more. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to Andrea for hosting also, and to the members of the CHA. Thank you so much for organizing that and for hosting.
Thank you.